Hello, hello. Hello, hello. So, today we'll be continuing Galarian Mask and the Brooklyn Hunts indeed. We're definitely gonna be getting some checks done there indeed. Definitely indeed. How many is a different question altogether? Alright, any amount is good amount. Indeed. Always gonna be happy about the process indeed. Process progress indeed. And process, I suppose. Works as well. What here? Jeez. My game was, or Switch was in the, like, go into the mode that it darkens the screen. So I moved and, the game pride. We'll be getting going soon indeed. Switch up to that indeed. And as usual, indeed, I'm gonna go ahead and try to be looking for your mask to be the first encounter. But yeah, today's goal is definitely going to be hitting 3k at least in 3k in the what is it? The Brooklyn Hill, but I mean It's not that bad to be doing. Also, how is there not a single mask? Excuse me. Not a single mask. Shouldn't be possible. Here we go. Fortunately, need to be saying no to those. Nice helioptiles there, but gotta do what you gotta do sometimes. I did dim it down indeed, because I remembered to be putting the 3DS one setting lower on the brightness setting, so now it looks a little bit better. Doesn't look that bad. I mean, it didn't look that bad, honestly, even without it, but it looks a lot better in my opinion. Jeez. What up? We'll see, we'll see. I mean, I should be able to hit like 1800-ish on sword. I mean, I didn't do it last time. So maybe that is kind of a goal. But not really, you know, we get whatever amount done we get indeed. Maybe. At least 1500 is something that I want to be hitting before I end today, of course, if we don't find the target indeed. I mean, if I will be finding something, I think even in that point I will be going ahead and you know, starting a new one. By phase, I started a new phase for sure. As I said, I really want to be doing a hunting PDSP. I have like one that I kind of started. I was supposed to start it and I don't think that I ever did. Since the hunt is still a hunt, I want to be continuing about Brooklyn Hill first. And then I can be thinking about it. Because I don't have currently, indeed, in anything that I really want to be doing hunt-wise on the 3DS. There is some that I'm gonna be doing on my own, but nothing like on stream. But yeah, hopefully everyone is having a good day today. I'm having an okay-ish day myself indeed. Nothing too bad going on. Nothing too bad indeed. Just, you know, nice and chill indeed. Yesterday it go quite well, nothing too bad indeed. Go ahead and celebrate the birthday indeed. Not mine, but someone else's indeed. And then we did go indeed and chill for the rest of the day. I wasn't really doing anything at all yesterday. I was just having one of those systems. I'm not just gonna be doing anything. So I did not do anything there. I just doing nothing. Which kind of felt strange, but at the same time I wasn't really feeling like doing anything, you know. You know, not every day, as I said, need to be filled up with things. And be having nice chill days anyways. Chill days, they do be important indeed. Because I have one hunt in mind in PDSP, but I don't want to be... I want to be doing it only when I'm doing in one other hunt. So I feel like it is kind of a funny thing to be going ahead and doing. But yeah. We'll see. Oh yeah, I suppose there's a Grand Underground third week hunt that I have not completed because I did get a Soul Rock. I'm kind of in the mood that I would kind of like to be hunting every single starter in there. So maybe... yeah, I'll do that indeed. I guess it wouldn't be too bad. I would like to say that it's probably not a place that many people are hunting in, you know. Even though honestly, in my opinion, it's not that bad of a place to be hunting anyways. I mean, surely the best odds that you can be getting is one extra roll over, you know, base odds. But yeah, I can be honestly be bothered with it. Oh wait a second. There we go. Be fixing things. You know. You know indeed. Indeed, I'm still not too sure. Because I would like to be, again, indeed be doing something special for, you know, yet another year of streaming. It's few ways that I have been thinking that I want to be doing it, but we'll see. Because I don't really know yet what day exactly I'm doing it. I'm gonna be doing it somewhere close by when, you know, it is the actual day. That much I know of, indeed. Not exactly, but we'll see. It's gonna be involving at least shiny hunting in a way that I don't usually be doing. That's for sure, indeed. Yeah, because the 100 BDS bit that I definitely want to be doing at some point, and I will be doing it, is that I want to be hunting for each of the letters of unknown. Specifically there. Because it's kind of nice to be doing it in Shino anyways, because for most letters they are found in the same room, but there is few that are more or less separate. And also I'm pretty sure I already have access to every single one of them, so that's also a plus indeed. Because for whatever reason in the Chodo games, if you want access to every single one of them, specifically in Heart Gold Soul Silver, you need to be catching Ho-Oh. Because without them you can be getting access to the technical Kanto introduced ones. Which is strange. You know, unknown being... You know, unknown being indeed... Chenchu Pokemon Bar did get new forms on Gen 3 in a remake. Well, happens. That's honestly, I feel like one of the only times that remakes have been introducing new Pokemons. Not like... I don't really count Auras for its Megas. But technically that would be counting. So yeah. Yeah. There's not too many remakes introduce new forms for Pokemon, which makes sense. I guess it is kind of odd that remakes would be doing that in the first place. I mean, I don't mind it, but it's just a little strange. Especially because the way that you get them in Fire Red and Leaf Green, it's so out of the way. They do be so out of the way indeed. Hmm. I feel like in PDSB, the kinds of hunts that I personally want to be doing are related to the Grand Underground. Maybe the Trophy Garden. There is, of course, as I said, you know, the certain kind of event ones are the beginning Pokemons anyway. Starcry, Shaman, and Narcius indeed. Do be ones that I'm gonna be going for in there indeed. But yeah. I still need to. I always forget that I need to be restarting the thing called like, because I've did do it for like a month or two very consistently. That I was checking, you know, the lottery in PDSP, but then I've kind of forgotten to be doing it. It's just like, you know, I have a chance for a Master Ball. I know I would be having a better chance if I would be having traded Pokemons. And also, I don't really want to be doing like surprise trading or whatever it is in. I don't really want to do it in PDSP. I don't like it personally. I still think that my best plan for that is that I'm gonna be doing it in like in Scarlet and Violet indeed, and then be switching up Pokemons into that game. I would need to be bothered to be doing it first. That's the problem. You know, being bothered to be doing something, imagine. Being too lazy sometimes. But you know, it's fine. It will be fine indeed. But yeah. Also, I'm really hoping that my Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon luck doesn't continue once again. Because unfortunately my luck hasn't been the best in there. So, yeah. Hopefully it is good, you know. Hopefully indeed. I don't really want to be going another like 16k, you know. It's not really something that I would like to be doing indeed. But if it happens indeed. Then it's just really seems like that my luck is nowhere to be found in Alola. I do be finding sometimes, you know, shinies that I'm not looking for. That's certainly a thing, but yeah. Luck is a fun thing. Unfortunately, doesn't help you too many times. Helps when it wants to be helpful, you know. Okay, whenever you don't need it. It's only helpful then, indeed. Maractus. I don't know, it is kind of tempting. I mean, most likely it will be happening at some point, you know. Because one thing that I would kind of want to be doing in Sword and Shield is to be getting a personality mark shiny. I mean, I don't have a shiny charm or, you know, mark charm or anything. And I think my only shiny marked one on this file specifically is... yeah, an uncommon mark. Oh yeah, I did get the Daydreamer. No, yeah, the Daydreamer. I completely have forgotten about this. Well, I mean, more is better always. I completely forgot about that. I mean, you know, more. I mean, I don't mind more indeed. So no. Rare markets, I suppose, the next best thing then. Technically, if you're looking for a specific, if you're looking for a specific, like, personality mark, it's technically rare then. Going ahead and going for the rare mark. But like in actuality, if you're just going for any mark, then, you know, personality mark are indeed more common. But if going for a specific one, it's rarer. At least it is the case in Scarlet and Violet. There's still 2 more hunts that I want to be completing at some point. And they are the fishing mark. Or catch of the day. I have already gotten a Magikarp, but I'm gonna be going for a Lapras at some point. And then there's the curry mark. Or whatever it is. But anyways, the one that you get from making the food in this game in Pokemon Camp indeed. So those are still 2 that I would like to specifically be getting. I don't know about something else. Maybe there is gonna be at some point, but unfortunately there is, of course, no way of telling in this game does Pokemon be having a mark or not. And there is no way to be increasing it apart from having the charm for them indeed. But that unfortunately only helps so much. There is some indeed that are more likely than others. And of course, if you're going for personality marks, it would be better to be having no weather that has a mark. Which is kind of hard in normal situations. But I suppose another one, like, cool thing would be that if I would be getting in this route, I would be getting... I think it's possible because it's sunlight. And I would be getting that mark. Because it is one of the only marks that it's not available in Scarlet and Violet. Because the weather condition just doesn't exist. Fog is one of them in my opinion still, because there is only very limited Pokemon that you can be getting it to, and also it's not really supposed to be possible, you know, but it is. For me, it's still the case that the Fog Mark is indeed, or Misty Mark, whatever it is still only in Sword and Shield. But technically you can be getting it in Scarlet and Violet, it's just... I don't like it. Or maybe one day I'll be getting every single mark. Depending on how many they are deciding to be adding and in how many games they are possible. As I said plenty of times, I really hope that marks are gonna be a thing, even though I don't care for them that much myself, but I feel like they're a very cool thing. Very cool thing indeed. So I will be hoping that they continue on. I'm not expecting them to be in Legends CA, to be fair. But if they are... I'm not gonna be saying no. But I feel like I don't personally... I don't think that I feel personally that I want to be going for... I want to be doing two, high odds for them, you know. Like, maybe I get a mark charm, but... and use my maybe for, sizes I feel like I'm fine with using a power for, but... I don't feel like I want to be using really a title power. Might be one exception, but we'll see when we get there indeed. We will see. Mariam. There's only very few marks anyways that I'm specifically gonna be going for. There's one teensy mark and that I know of. Then there is, of course, a chosen one, you know, birthday mark that I want to be going for. I want to also be going for Humongo, but I don't really have a Pokemon in mind that I want to be doing it for. For a small one, I indeed have one in mind, and I'll be going for it at some point. That's for sure. I did indeed quite some time ago be making a sandwich for it, so... so I can be getting the ones that I want specifically, and... it was certainly something. We try to be figuring out. I will still say that I couldn't have done those without those... like sandwich makers that are in the internet. I'll say that much indeed. Of course, it's at least one kind of mark shiny that I want to be going for. It is marked, but it doesn't show that it has a title or anything. Which in my opinion is kind of a missed opportunity. And is to be doing with like authentic Sinistea and you know the Sinistra and everything. I feel like they're like, I know that it's not the same thing, but they could have been getting like a special one indeed. You see, I think that would have been kind of cool. I don't know whatever it could have been really been. honestly, but I feel like there could have been something. A special mark for, you know, shiny Sinisthi and Sinicha. And, you know, of course, they're like the entire alliance for them, indeed. Maybe one day. I highly doubt it, but one can hope. I kind of find it interesting that they did get anyways that they did anyways be getting a, like, indeed. It's not regional form, I always forget the name for it, but you know, they did get more like attention to the next generation, which I like. I mean, to be fair, it did happen for quite a good amount of Gen 8 Pokemons that they did get attention on the next generation, which is kind of odd because indeed it's. I think I talked about this before. Anyways, that like since Gen 2, that hasn't really been a thing. There has been maybe one or two one-off Pokemons, you know, there like few times, but mostly since Gen 2, it's the case that Pokemon doesn't get any attention the next generation. Which is kind of odd. I would be liking if in every generation there would be one that would be getting attention. Like a single stage Pokemon that would be getting attention the next generation. And I don't really count like if a evolution method changes. Like for the Alola forums. Like, you know, something like that. I don't really count them. But yeah. Interesting, interesting indeed. Because let me think. On Gen 2 there was a lot of Pokemons that did get evolutions, brief evolutions, everything to Gen 1 Pokemons. I don't think that there was any on Gen 3 that did get anything to Gen 2 Pokemons. They did make some Gen 2 Pokemons definitely feel like that they would be Generation 3 Pokemons. Like Corsola, Slugma, Skarmory. There's a lot of those kinds of Pokemons, but they're, you know, of course, a different thing. Then on Gen 4 there was the Roselia line did get liked, interestingly enough. And then Probopass also was a thing. But every other one is for either Gen 1 or Gen 2 Pokemons. And there was Chingling as well, I suppose. But it's still not that many, you know. Was there anything on Gen 5? Because I feel like Generation 4 was kind of the last generation that did do it. Up until, you know, Gen 9 they did with Gen 8 Pokemons. Nothing comes to my mind, but I guess I can be always looking at the list of Pokemons. A list that I do be watching quite a bit because I'm like thinking like, is this a thing? Let me check then. More specifically, indeed, the generations that I'm not too sure of. Oh, in Gen 3 there was a Zuril. Completely forgot about you. I mean, it would be more rememberable for me if you will be actually a water type, instead of for whatever reason it's a normal type. That doesn't make too much sense, but yeah, that was a Zuril. I think still like Gen 2 is the only generation that there was a bunch of them. You know, there was baby Pokemons, there was new evolutions. There was so many things there. On Gen 4 there was indeed new Evos and Prevos. For Pokemons indeed. From Gen 3. Honestly a lot more than I remembered. Let's check out Gen 5 then. If there is any that I don't remember. It is indeed. Gen 5 is the one of the generations that did a ridiculous amount of Pokemons indeed. Yeah, I don't see any. Gen 6 I kind of doubt because it was kind of like its own thing. I know same with Gen 5 that they were kind of their own thing, and then they did have a lot of Pokemons, of course, but they were mainly their own. I suppose the only like Pokemon that did get something on Gen 6 from Gen 5 was a Mega Audino. But that is kind of a stretch. Pretty sure Gen 7 it's nothing as well. Like, surely it's nice that, you know, generations are like nicely connected and everything to the previous generation, but it's not too necessary indeed. It's not too necessary indeed. So yeah. I think it is indeed the case then that first 4 generations did have like connection to the previous generation with at least one Pokemon. But only Gen 2 was when there was a bunch of them. Then Gen 4 was probably the second most. Because Gen 3 there was only one and it was Azuriel, I'm pretty sure. Could be always wrong. But yeah. It also kind of just feels weird. Once again, like... some of the baby Pokemons really should have been introduced at the same time as the Pokemon itself, you know? Like... why Azuriel couldn't be a thing? I don't really understand why Azuriel couldn't be a thing already. Considering that Gen 2 was the generation that, you know, it introduced baby Pokemons anyways. Which I will still say that I find it super odd that especially in Crystal, that when you get an odd egg, it can be any of the new baby Pokemons apart from Togepi. They are just like spread around the decks, it's so stupid and strange. Like, most of them are like at the same point, but then all of a sudden there is like Magmies, Smoochum and Elekid that decide that they want to be at the end of the decks instead. And then you're like, huh? Why are they there? I don't understand. Because it just doesn't make sense. But then again, especially in the early generations, the Pokédex order didn't make sense half of the time anyways. It did get better over time, I would like to say. It's still not perfect, but I'm not expecting it to be, you know, but it's definitely a little bit better. Because I feel like Pokédex should have always been like that, especially like when it comes down to if you're just having the Pokédex that counts Pokemons that are, you know, newly introduced. They should be in the order that you encounter them. More or less. It becomes a little bit strange, like with Sword and Shield and Scarlet and Violet, where you have more, you know, freedom to be exploring things. And there can be certain, like, conditions for certain Pokemon to be there and such. You know, with like Wild Area in Sword and Shield. That's why the Pokédex can be kind of a mess sometimes to try to be finding Pokemons. But I feel like Sword and Shield Pokédex, it should have been done in that way that first, like, becomes every single Pokemon that is available in routes. And after that, you know, Wild Area. And, you know, that would have been making a little bit more sense. But it's fine. Scarlet and Violet are a little bit harder as well, but I suppose there is the good thing at least that in certain areas there is certain level of Pokemon. It doesn't perfectly follow it for sure, but it's close enough, I feel like. It's close enough, I feel like, indeed. But yeah. That's why I kind of like the Pokédex, even though I don't use it too much, for like Kalos and Alola. Because it's nicely like set in sections. Surely like a Pokemon can be repeating itself, but let's say that you're looking for a Pokemon that is only available in one island. So, you know, if you know that, then you can be checking only that island's Pokédex. I feel like that's such a nice thing, and it honestly could have been a thing both in like Scarlet and Violet and in Sword and Shield as well. As I said, it could have been like routes and then wild area. It could have been like that, in my opinion. Wouldn't be too bad indeed. I guess it would have been making it easier, like, again, surely, like, let's say, what Pokemon comes to mind that is both on routes and on wild areas? Like, I mean, I suppose Corviknight works because it's available in the Slumbering Weald and then a Strong Spawn. But Strong Spawns they don't really work, to be fair. A Pokemon is only available in a Strong Spawn. I'm pretty sure it says that it can be found in data or something like that. Oh, I guess Applin is a good example. It's available both in routes and in wild area. So, you know, it could be just showing itself in both. But, like, I feel like getting, again, like, nicely, like, sectioned Pokédex would be good. I mean, surely most of the time I don't need to be looking for a specific Pokemon, and if I do, I most likely remember where it is. And, you know, internet exists. And it's not that hard to be finding, especially if you know the name of the Pokemon and, you know, you want to make it a lot easier for yourself. You're just gonna be going for a... going to the Pokédex and switch it to going into alphabetical order. Then you don't need to really be doing that much of a hassle. But I feel like it would have been cool anyways. Section Pokemon Pokédex indeed. Because like I like it in like in Legends Arceus as well, that there is, you know, your main Pokédex, and then there is it is split into the areas indeed. I like that. I think should have and could have been continuing very well indeed. It should have and could have indeed, but we'll see. Always can be hoping that it's one of those silly things that they will be adding back and keeping it, you know. To be indeed. But anyways, an hour has passed indeed, so soonish we're gonna be having an ad break indeed. As usual, it runs for about 3 minutes or so, and for that time I'll be stopping hunting indeed, so in the case that I would be finding a shiny, you're not gonna be missing out on it indeed. And also, you know, even though it's only like 3-ish minutes, it's nice break anyways. For me as well, indeed. I'll be trying to be getting 2 more encounters on Sword and 1 more encounter in Ultra Sun. Before that though, indeed. And also, we'll see. I think I might be leaving it here indeed. And continue once the ad break is over indeed. Be getting going soon indeed. Turn away then indeed. Encounter that Maractus then indeed. What are you? Pokemon games, they do be interesting indeed. They do be. Like, indeed, why be putting a Pokemon that has potential to be having dry skin in an area where there is always or sunlight? Why? What would be the idea? Now, first I was thinking it was heat that was causing this weather, but maybe it's Maractus who is causing this route to be always in a drought. Considering that indeed Maractus has potential to be having as its ability Storm Drain, so you know it is getting all the weather to itself. There is some other areas that Maractus is available and it's not always, you know, her sunlight, but that can be explained that this is a lot smaller area, you know. And you know, wild areas are supposed to be anyways kind of a... especially the Galore one is supposed to be just very basic feeling looking one, so any Pokemon kind of makes sense to be anywhere. Which is a shame, for sure. I'm still kind of waiting for it, even though it is already case in Pokemon, but I would like to be seeing it again. You know, getting like kind of Unoa's like seasonal thing in other games. Like, I feel like that could be working quite nicely. Like in more of a modern day Pokemon game as well. We did kind of get it in Scarlet and Violet, but no, it's not the same. Like, sections are as usual be made to be in quotes fitting in different tribes of year, but like, imagine if Sword and Shield in the wild area you could be seeing like it being more like green in some days, and if there is a snowstorm there would be like a little piles of snow on the ground. I know, small things like that. Again, a silly thing to be wanting, but I also feel like it wouldn't be that bad to be doing. Like, surely I understand that not every place needs to be changing drastically, but it just is that be kind of cool to be seeing. Because one thing that I like about games is when grass color changes depending on like the weather and time of year. Because it just looks so cool. And makes sense. In routes it's easier to be doing because usually routes are having like the same like weather and everything every single day, but like in the wild areas and stuff along those lines where there can be basically any weather in any given place, indeed. I think it should be a thing. It is kind of crazy though that in the main game of Sword and Shield, the wild area, in any place there can be any weather. It is strange. I like it that the DLCs did give us the thing that in some areas it's impossible to be getting certain weathers. Like it's the case that in the Crown Tundra it's impossible to be getting like a sandstorm. And I'm pretty sure it's the same thing in Isle of Armor, that it's impossible to be getting like snow. I could be wrong about that though. But I feel like that's just a small little detail that is cool. They did do it a lot better in Scarlet and Violet, of course, which is nice. But what's not nice is how it affects the gameplay. But you know, you live, you learn. Next one most likely is gonna be better, you know. And I will say that for me, if I need to be choosing between the game looking good and the game running better, I would be having a better running game. I just know that unfortunately for Switch, the limitation is Switch itself. And I still don't fully understand the argument that, you know, Sword and Shield and Legends Arceus, they are bad looking Pokemon games. Yeah, like, sure, they are not maybe what you're used to. But I don't think it necessarily means that they are bad. Because I will still say that in my opinion, every single Pokemon game has looked quite drastically different from one another. So I don't really understand it indeed. And you know, I don't mind simplistic looking things. Because it is the truth that making things look very basic is gonna be making them always running better. It's just a thing that it is true. You can't really be getting around that. What are you? It's interesting gonna be indeed. But I feel like for a Pokemon game, a full open world experience is not the best. I feel like doing it like Legends Arceus, that it is open world, but you know, you only access at a time into like a small portion of the game. I think that works quite nicely. Because, you know, you can still really be exploring. I mean, it might be harder if you don't have all the right Pokemons. But you can really be exploring everything. Because I will say that sometimes it's a pain in older games when you're thinking that you can be getting an item, but it requires like Rock Smash and you can be getting it because of that yet. I still feel like one of the worst case scenarios is in Heart Gold Soul Silver specifically. Is that you need Rock Climb to be accessed in so many places. I don't like that because like in order to be getting Rock Climb you need to be getting all the gym badges. which is 16. So it's insane. And then like you get like to be seeing the first like rock climb place like so early on. Okay, it's insane. At least in Shino, it's like, you know, required for you to be in order to be progressing in the story. So even though it's not available that early on, you're still gonna be going through like the areas that you need to be using it anyways because of the story. So I feel like you're more likely to be remembering to use them. I will say that I have never really hated HMs per se. I like on the at least on the axis that some people do be hating them. Like surely do I feel like they're a little unnecessary. Yeah, but I mean, I feel like HMs are a better way to be blocking your path than random dudes being there randomly for no reason and leaving randomly for no reason. It's a funny thing, of course, but it makes more sense. I mean, of course, like more on like environmental reasons make more sense, and I don't mind them. Like you can be accessing the electric gym like place in Shino because there is a power outage. It is a little bit of a strange reason, not gonna lie, but it could be worse. It definitely could be worse reason indeed. But yeah. It do be what it do be. But I feel like one thing that like technically requiring HM games they do a little bit better, and it's that you can be accessing water. Because both in Scarlet and Violet and Let's Use Arceus you can be accessing water, but you can't be, you know, doing anything in there, you just will be teleported back. I find it silly. It's understandable, like, why would there be, you know, a barrier that, like, doesn't make you go to the water. But it's just, it's strange. It'll be strange indeed. I mean, I guess the... Jeez. I guess the, like, barrier could be explained by one of your Pokemons, like, you know, feeling worried and keeping you safe. Like in the older games when you did have indeed HMs. If it was the last Pokemon to be knowing an HM, they would be saying that they were too worried and did come back. Yeah. Hope you're having a good day then, and hopefully cleaning goes well indeed. What do you? It's interesting because there's like some things that indeed in Pokemon that they don't really need to be doing the way that they do, but they do anyways. I mean, I would be suggesting giving the dog a bath first and then cleaning. But then again, it doesn't really matter because both ways it's gonna be getting messy. Yeah, that is fair enough. It's a situation that no matter which way you go, it's gonna be requiring cleaning after. It is unfortunate, but do be what it do be. Oh, jeez. Hopefully the smell isn't too bad then. Yeah. That's nice. An interesting typo, but happens. But yeah, of course it stinks. I don't think that there is too much that one can be doing about it. I don't know. I don't think that our cat's urine smells it's more the poop that smells. Yeah, but it could be that, you know, our litter filling thing, it is like absorbing it enough, you know, that it doesn't really like get out of there. I mean, I suppose if you are like right next to it when it happens, then you know you can smell it, but apart from that, I don't think that I have really ever smelled it that much. Maybe when I have been cleaning, but then I'm assuming that it smells, you know. I haven't never used bleach to be cleaning cat's litter box, indeed. I use quite a strong, product for it, but it's like a one that you can be using for floors, for windows, for like pretty much any cleaning. It's kind of an all-purpose cleaning liquid, but yeah. The good thing is I still don't know if it was intentional or not, but we have two of the bottoms, so we can be taking as much time as we want to be cleaning the previous one. Yeah, fair enough. I don't think that I have ever seen myself, like, personally, people be cleaning things with bleach. Because it's usually the specific all-purpose cleaning thing or rubbing alcohol or something like that. Or like something else that is like for a window, specifically like window cleaner. Both bathrooms, toilets, whatever things, their own liquids. I don't think that I have ever seen bleach. But I still feel like, even though I know it's necessary, stupidly enough, but I feel it's so unnecessary to be putting into the cleaning liquids that, you know, don't consume them. It's so stupid. Every other warning I can be getting that, you know, it can be irritating to your skin and stuff along those lines, but it's just like the consuming thing is just so stupid. I know why it is there, but I will say that much: if a kid gets their access to that, it's not like the kid is gonna be caring that it says that don't do it. It's just this the unfortunate truth. And that's why you need to be keeping those things out of reach of kids. Which I will say that it is kind of impossible when you actually start to think about it. Because, like, surely you can be putting something very high up, but a kid can be finding its way still to it. You know? By using a chair or something like that. But yeah, it's like I understand like the label again, but at the same time, like I don't want to be putting something so high up that I need to every single time be using a chair. And I don't really like to be using like locking things that much as well. I don't like lock like drawers or anything like that. So that kind of reminds me, why is it the case that in so many places people are keeping like their cleaning liquids in the like bottom of the sink? You know, that's a very easy accessible location for a kid. It just seems so stupid. Like, why? And there's like never a lock or anything. It's just like, huh? And I feel like under a sink is not the best place because what if like a leak happens and you know the place can be getting like very varying in temperatures as well. So yeah, huh? I mean, fair enough. But I still think that it is kind of a stupid place because, first of all, if I don't need to, I don't really want to be going ahead and, you know, going down to the floor and getting something. So I'd rather be keeping most of the things like high up. Yeah. That's nice. Yeah, we don't have that many cleaning liquids ourselves either. We have more like all-purpose things, so, you know, we can be using it anywhere. But yeah. Because we like to be getting all-purpose things for things instead of like buying specifically for things if it's not like necessary. Like there's like certain liquids, for example, for like cleaning supplies anyways. That for example are dishwasher itself like cleaning like tablets. Nice. Good luck with that writing. I always struggle with writing like a speech or something. I've said it before that I absolutely hate to also like prepare for them because it just feels awkward. And then again, you know, I just don't like to perform in front of a big crowd. It's just a thing indeed. Even though I think the biggest crowd that I have ever like giving a presentation for is maybe 40 people, but it was too much for me. Yeah. It's nice. I know that it's like a very useful skill, but I still hated it in my last school that I did attend to indeed, that you need to be able to be keeping very short presentations. I understand it's a very useful skill, but it's just... it's so stressful. Like, there were so many times that we need to be keeping like a presentation under 10 minutes. And it was like, oh jeez. Like, for example, for our the situation was that it was supposed to be 10 minutes. Like, exactly. I mean, the teacher would be allowing like 30 seconds, maybe a minute even, like, that was the wiggle room. But there was like... there was only like few people there because it was spread down that much to so many teachers, so everyone can't be having their time. But there was people that were having their presentations to be like almost 30 minutes. And I'm like, huh? They did get like a lot of a lot of minus points from that because like it's way too long. There was few people that did keep it like in 5 minutes. They did get minus points for that as well, but geez. I was quite exact on the 10-minute mark myself, more or less, because I was literally timing myself. So I could be either yapping about or I could be speeding it up. Because, you know, I can understand it. Like, if you're talking about something that you're interested in, you just kind of get lost to it, you know? You just are talking about it. You don't really think about how time is going. But that's the reason why it was important to be learning how to be doing like short-ish like presentations, because there can be in a situation like at work where there is like, let's say 20 presentations that needs to be done in like 4 hours. You need to be able to get like all your important things said, but you know, leave room for other ones to be also giving their presentation. I will say though that it was a lot easier on those things that, you know, you would be recording to be doing like the minute requirement. Because you could be, if it's too long, you can be always just editing things out. If it's too short, you can be just adding random things. Unfortunately, there wasn't too many of them. Most of them were like, you need to be like presenting them when the teacher was like actually listening. Oh yeah. It do be what it do be indeed. Ooh, nice. All of these three being a mask. Of the seed. Don't really see the other one, but based on the amount of sounds that I'm hearing, I'm assuming that it's a duck trio. Just based on the sounds, indeed. Yeah, it is. Indeed. Be kind of annoying try to be getting out of here when the duck trio is there, but worst case scenario I'll be encountering it and running away from it. One interesting thought that I was thinking about this morning. What if every Pokemon would be, no matter what their typings are now, that they would be assigned either a normal or ghost type? You know, more of a thing that, you know, either it is a fully alive Pokemon or it's one way or another dead. How interesting would that be? It would be making some of the early encounters absolutely terrible because Ghost is annoying to be dealing with if you don't have a Ghost yourself and you only have like normal types. A reason indeed why there usually isn't too many Ghost types in the beginning. They can be fairly quickly, but then again, there is usually around them. If it's like in Sword and Shield, Scarlet and Violet, you can be just not encountering them. And that's why I also think that it is the case that we are never gonna be getting a Ghost gym earlier than the second gym. Because first gym Ghost would be too difficult. I mean, most likely your starter has like an elemental move for its typing, but it would be way too difficult. Nowadays it's of course easy because, you know, you can be just you could be having so many options, so you don't need to really be caring about it. But it still would be quite difficult, I would like to say, to be getting it any earlier on. Because third gym is a little bit too much, if you ask me, but I don't know, it can be working. Third gym is fine, but second gym I feel like it's the earliest. Yeah, they do, of course, but not that many Pokemon even still don't get that many cover moves when they are normal types. They get for so long just normal moves. I feel like the earliest ghost type that you can technically be getting in a Pokemon game, if we don't count like Scarlet and Violet and Sword and Shield, like Wild Area, is Shedinja. And it's kind of hard to be getting. Yeah, Rattata, that it's not available in like almost any game. Honestly, like it's not available easily in most games. Yeah, exactly. If it's a pure ghost, it's an absolute pain. To be fair, if you ask me, most gym leaders, they should be having mostly just having secondary typings anyways. Normal is the only one that I'm more fine with, that it's just normal type, because then it's kind of pushing it if it has too many like, combinations. But I feel like most gym leaders should be having more like dual type Pokemons. Honestly. They have been getting better, to be fair. At least the regional bird is not, you know, normal flying that much anymore. But it's kind of ridiculous, honestly. Just pure flying types would be nice to be seeing more. Because Tailo and Swallow, they were supposed to be pure normal types. Like, according to, like, early builds of the game. Honestly. I have wanted, like, Cloud Pokemon. Honestly, I feel like... who is it? Cast form could have been just flying type, honestly. When it's, like, in the base form. I don't really understand the normal typing. Like, sure, does it make less sense that it changes to then, like, pure fire and everything? I don't care. It could have been. But yeah. It's kind of odd that it's normal type, but they didn't want to be making pure flying types, so... And the first pure flying type was a legendary. I still don't like that. I don't like the buff cloud dudes. They are stupid and, I don't know, kind of unnecessary. If they would be more different from one another and the typings would be making more sense design-wise, I would be more fine with them. It's just that they don't make too much sense. If they're all riding in cloud, why is one pure flying, why is one part electric, one part ground. They make more sense in the other forms, surely, but like in the cloud forms, they don't make that much sense. Especially the crown type. The electric type I can kind of get it, but I don't know. Could have been and should have been more. Yeah. Enormous or whatever the thing it is, it was certainly an interesting option, and it's definitely my least favorite of like the other forms of them as well. It just looks so stupid. I can understand the idea behind it, but it still looks so stupid. I don't really understand why they need to be adding the fourth one anyways. It just feels odd, but sure. I mean, I suppose it's nice that it's not all males that like legendary dudes indeed, but still. Yeah. It's strange. But hey, they'll be adding always strange Pokemons, it's just... I don't know. I don't really understand why they need to be adding a legendary in Legends Arceus anyways. I've been more like lately to be adding to like legendary trios and whatnots, to be fair. Like they did that the Reggies. And now they did that. So interesting to be seeing if there's gonna be more. But one thing that I'm even more interested in is that to be seeing the loyal tree without like their like when they're like when they were normal, you know. And that's like a thing that I would like to really see someday. They didn't have the poison typing attached to them. Because it again kind of seems like a situation that kind of a normal Pokemon did get legendary treatment. I don't know, I could be wrong, it just feels like that to me. Interesting to see, indeed. A lot of Pokemons like recently introduced that they are not originally from the place that we have been seeing them in. We'll be having another break-in soon indeed. I'm gonna try to be getting a few more encounters in. But of course, as usual, about 3 minutes indeed, and I'll be taking a break for that time as well. in there then with these encounters. Be getting going soon then indeed. Oh, away already. And it's a dog trio. But still, I can't wait to be seeing what is gonna be the legendary Pokemons that are gonna be such a pain to be capturing in Legend CA. Because they made the Buff Cloud dudes and the fourth one, because they're still to be Buff Cloud dudes. Forever will be. Because there has been only one game that you can really be catching the fourth one anyways in. At least all the time. Because they were so stupid. Why? And it's just... Overall, they just don't make any kind of sense to be in there. Like, they just don't make any sense to be in there. I've never seen any, like, reason for them to be in Shino / Hishui. Because still one of the, like, a trio that would have been making a lot more sense but probably wouldn't have been as interesting to be capturing would have been the Reggies. Since, you know, you need to be... You need to be getting their plates anyways from other legendaries and such. in order to be getting Regigigos. It would be making more sense. But no. Needs to be like that. For whatever reason. I don't know, it could have been actually quite interesting to be seeing, to try to be capturing them, honestly, now that I think about it. Like, maybe Reggie Eyes and Reggie Steel could have been in, like, some sort of a barrage and you would need to be breaking through it. Reggie Rock could have been... throwing boulders at you, I don't know. It could have been interesting to be getting them there now that I think about it, actually. And they would have been making a little bit more sense than the Buff Cloud dudes. It's just, yeah, I don't know. Like, I would have been understanding it, I suppose, if I would be understanding better, like, why are they there in the first place? Because I still don't fully understand why they need to be there. I don't really know what it honestly could be for Legend ZA. What could be those very annoying to be catching legendaries. To be fair, in Legends Arceus, most of the legendaries were kind of a pain to be capturing. Because for either Dialga or Palkia, depending on which one did you choose at first, they were kind of annoying with that, like, battling mechanic, but you were kind of used to it anyways. Arceus is annoying. It do be indeed. Then for most of the other legendaries, there was one way or another a shield around them. Or they could be doing something super annoying. Well, I understand, but they weren't that frustrating, honestly. And what I did do personally, that I just went into battle with them if I could. Because it made things a lot easier than try to be capturing them, like, without going into battle with them. But I will say one thing though, that I feel like it was a little disappointing. They were way too easy to be capturing. They should have been more difficult. Because like so many of them, like, it was first ball done. I don't really understand. I mean, I suppose the more of the reason for them is that it's annoying to try to be capturing them. But still. I feel like one of the reasons, by the way, why I think I hate the Buff Cloud dudes so much is that before that it's not really necessary to be sneaking. But you kind of need to be doing it for them. You don't have to, but it helps a bunch. It's just... To be fair, I haven't been the biggest fan of most stealth missions anyways in any game. It's not like I don't have the patience for them or anything, but it's just find them boring. and most of the time, like, too difficult. And I don't know. Because for me, it was the case that if there was like an alpha Pokemon, I either get noticed by it, or I just did go far enough away from it so it wouldn't be noticing me. I think. I don't remember too much, but I didn't find that to be too problematic, honestly. But we'll see, we'll see. I will say that it would be kind of cool, even though it most likely don't make too much sense, but I don't care. Is to be getting, like... Indeed, a special way to be getting, like, Yveltal, Xerneas, and Zygarde in Legends EA. I've talked about it because, like, it would be kind of cool if you would be countering them in their alternate forms. Kind of their alternate forms. You know, Xerneas as a tree, Yveltal as the cocoon, and Zygarde with... I don't know, 10% form. Or something like that. Because, like, if they have such an important thing that they have, like, those forms, then, you know, do something with them. But I'm kind of afraid, even though it would be kind of cool, but it would be kind of a lame thing. But I feel like Zygarde is most likely gonna be related to be collecting the, like, things for it. Like in Alola. It's not like it's a bad thing, it's just like, we have kind of gotten it already, so it is kind of, eh. But, I mean, at least it would be an interesting way to be encountering it instead of it just being in a cave. Which is so disappointing how many times has Zygarde just been in a cave. It's so disappointing. Indeed. But then again, you'll never know. I'm gonna be disappointed if they don't do something special with Zygarde. I don't think that it's gonna be getting any new forms, because it already has technically 4. But they just need to be doing something. Yeah, it was in the regular Sun and Moon indeed. In Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon it was replaced by totem stickers. And you know, it's basically the same thing, like in both games you'll be getting something that you need to be collecting. But yeah. But we'll see. But I feel like there is indeed gonna be some sort of like collection mission in Legends EA. Whatever it is. Because Legends Arceus there was Pikachu, in Scarlet and Violet there was Kimigol. I mean, it wouldn't be making sense. And I will still say that the only thing that I need to be knowing about Legends EA for myself to be like happy about it is to be knowing when it's gonna be released. I don't need to be knowing the exact day, but I would like to be knowing that is it beginning, end. All I need to know is just to be knowing that, and I know like what I can be expecting. But yeah. Hopefully at some point. There is still a chance that we could be getting Pokemon presents. But I don't know. Pokemon is anyways like super busy on August anyways. I mean, I will say Legends Arceus was, in my opinion, a very good game. I don't feel like there was like any big issues with it. The only thing that was annoying, but it wasn't because the game was unfinished, was the Pokédex completion requirement for reaching areas. But yeah. I'm still gonna be saying I don't care for any kind of game that I'm playing. I don't care to be getting a new one every year. It just doesn't make sense. And I'm glad that more and more games are kind of going out of it. And I feel like for some games it's not like even a big update is needed every year. Like sure, like bug fixes, like they are fine, but like big updates, I don't feel like they need to be yearly. But yeah. We'll see, we'll see. But I know it already, that there is gonna be complaints. No matter how Legends EA is gonna be done. Because some people are just complaining because it's not an old Pokemon game. And they play it anyways. I will say one thing, I really hope that it's not gonna be a thing in Legends EA, because it wasn't really a big thing. It was like in small situations you could be seeing it in Legends Arceus that the environment doesn't disappear. Because it's still a thing that I feel like it's so odd that they haven't fixed in Scarlet and Violet. I don't know what they could be doing. It's just so stupid that all of a sudden, just like on the distance, like a mountain disappears for a second. Like, sure. Another adorable thing that all of a sudden a mountain disappears and appears again. I see it every day. Yeah. And I kind of will be hoping that we will be keeping, like, I like the more of an idea that I've talked about it today already, that I like the idea more that there is a bunch of small areas that you can be freely exploring instead of having, like, the whole world open. It makes the game run better because it doesn't need to be, like, loading in technically everything at once. And also, it just makes it for me nicer. Like, surely it's a good idea. I don't mind open world games, but I still feel like it's not really for me fitting for Pokemon. If they make me feel like that in the future, it's of course a possibility, but right now I don't really feel like a fully open world Pokemon game is really working. Yeah. Honestly, the only thing that the open world Pokemon game needs is level scaling and actually be able to do gyms in any order, and they are just switching like what Pokemons they have and what level they have. Like, that would be, for me, like, easy enough fix. What do you? I don't mind still, like, if we are gonna be keeping getting open world Pokemon games, I don't think that that's gonna be my, like, main issue with it. Honestly, because I still don't mind Scarlet and Violet, it's just not really a thing that I like. What do you? Eh. It is what it is. And I also will say the problem still is that the game is on Switch. Switch isn't that powerful. I didn't even see that you were there. Cool. But yeah. It's just like, if it is good, it's good. Like, I like to say that I don't like, mostly, like, Pokemon is a very big exception in this, but I don't necessarily like turn-based RPGs myself. But, you know, if it's done good, then you might be liking things that you normally don't like. It can be going the other way as well. You might be liking a game category, and then there is one game that you absolutely just hate. There is fan-made ones, to be fair, already. Yeah, I don't think so. I think that would be a little too much, but technically it is in Sword and Shield, because you can be connecting to the internet and then you are with, like, I don't know what is the limit, but anyways. You can't really interact with, like, the other players, but technically it's bunch of people. Yeah, exactly. And I will still say that I don't like it myself. I don't like to be, still like, two reasons why I don't like to be connected to the internet the more that I need in Sword and Shield are the wall of text of what people are doing and the thing that I just don't like that like other people are in the overworld, honestly. It doesn't cause too much lag, but it is a little bit laggy if you're connected to the internet anyways. But I find it very cool that if you are in the same location and you are playing like locally, then you can be seeing like whoever is playing locally with you. I find that to be very cool. Most of the time, if I have a if I'm connected to the internet is if I'm in the max layer. Yeah, it is nice. It's a small feature. And you would only really encounter it if, you know, you did have at the same time like another account playing one that was connected to the same network. But yeah, it's cool, but it's not too necessary to be fair. That's nice. It only works in wild areas, of course. Exactly. And it's... I find it so weird that that's the way that you get Spirituum as well. You need to be receiving, like, those kinds of things from players in order to be unlocking Spirituum. It's so strange. And I will say honestly, I mean I didn't play the DLCs that much, but I didn't even know that that was a thing. Like I didn't even know the Spirituum was in Sword and Shield. Like at that point. And be keeping in mind that I got Sword and my original Shield file a long time after the DLCs were out. Like, of course I know about that now. I know a bunch of people are hunting Spiritual with the camp method indeed. It's not really a method, but anyways. But it's just like... it's so strange. But it's Spiritual, it almost always needs to be getting some sort of a special way to be encountering it. Oh... Well... It is now you're gleaning through it, Preston. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Ooh, nice. I remember those tools that were advertised that you can be using, like, basically a bigger toothbrush to be cleaning, like, places that really need that you are scrubbing them. And they always left, like, very large marks. Like, it's not dirty anymore, but it has, like, bunch of scratches instead. And they were especially it was the case if you were using them on, like, sinks and stuff. And then they were, like, almost always advertised that you can be cleaning your sinks with them. Yeah. I have never really bought that because the cleaning supplies that I use is maybe a piece of cloth, a sponge, paper towels, and like like some sort of like other things that are meant for cleaning anyways that are able to be used anywhere, but yeah. It's just like, why? Cool idea, but maybe I should have been spending a little bit more time on that. Also, speaking of cleaning, for the longest time, because we don't use gas or anything, we use electric stoves in here. At least mostly. You can be using like some other things, but you need to be specifically be ordering them. That I didn't know that like whenever there was the the heating element that you'll be putting whatever pans you want, that the sides they should be like metal, because every single one that I have ever owned, they were black because they were so burned, or like there was like so much burned things there. And then, like, when we did need to be getting our oven replaced, and at that point I have already discovered that because I was cleaning them one day and I was like, this is what they're supposed to look like. Like, huh? Sure, cool. So yeah, I was like, interesting. And then the dude that, like, is responsible for these kinds of things, they were saying that you know, you should be cleaning these better, and I was like, yeah, that's how I clean them to look like that, because before that they were literally black, even though they are supposed to be metal. And then he just looked at me at shock. Like, okay. Because every single time that I have been in an apartment building, or anywhere for that matter, the stove and slash oven, they were so like old that there was so much build already. And then whenever my father would be replacing our stove oven situation, he would be getting like one that would be basically just a stove, like flat stove top. Once indeed. A lot easier to be being clean and a lot easier to be using, that's for sure. And they are a lot safer. The only problem is that if you don't have the right pants and whatever else, the things are useless. Unfortunately, but doobie what it doobie. But yeah, I don't think that I have ever seen myself indeed a gas oven or stove, whatever my things in here. Like the only place that I can think of that they would be maybe used is in restaurants, but you know, I have never been in those kitchens before. I have seen a bunch of people in older houses, they have like wood ovens. And I will still say that I'm absolutely terrified if I ever need to be using a gas stove slash oven in daily basis. The only place I suppose that you can be seeing them in, but they are rarely used, is because they're super easy to be using there, is if you don't have like full electricity in like summer cottage. That is one of the only places. But they are usually not that powerful, and as I said, they are not really used that much. Because why do that when you can go outside and do things there indeed? Whatever. What it do be indeed? yeah, I do be hoping the best of luck to anyone else to be hunting indeed. Hopefully you can be getting whatever you're looking for or get something indeed. But as always, remember progress is indeed progress. Do as much as you can / want indeed. There hopefully is another day that you can be hunting the thing anyways. Indeed. But I'm always wondering, why do some people be doing like surprise trading all the time? I know some people do it because they hope that they are getting something cool out of it, like a shiny legendary that is totally legit, but there's still quite a good amount of people that do it. I wonder why. Oh no. Yeah. I don't think that I have ever heard that too many dogs would be into spicy things. So I don't know how one would be reacting to one. Dogs are interesting anyways. In the way that I don't fully understand why are they eating so many things. I don't understand it. Like eating most random things sometimes. And then you're like, huh? Why are you eating that? Dogs be dogs, I suppose. I have heard that there is quite a good amount of like cats that also eat a bunch of things. But definitely I've heard more dogs being like that. I mean, it's more interesting how some people are willing to be like willing, I suppose, to be fine that they are doing that, you know? Because at least it was the case that like a dog that my father's wife did have, that he absolutely loved to be eating like rotten apples. Of course, like, you know, he wasn't allowed to be eating them, but what was so good about them? Like, huh? They are strange sometimes, that's for sure. And again, our cat sometimes likes to be eating bread. So... And at some point when she was relatively new to here, she did eat like toppings from a pizza. Doesn't do that much anymore, thankfully. Certainly interesting indeed. But still, the strangest thing that she doesn't like to be eating at all is too high quality of a meat. It's still the strangest thing to me that, you know, higher quality meat is no. It's just like so strange. I don't know what it is about it. Sometimes it could be because there's like too much blood in there or something like that that she doesn't like. It's strange. Well, you know, each their own. I mean, it's not like I would be enjoying eating raw meat too often. It needs to be like from a place that I trust. Because I don't like to be eating too many things that in my mind should be cooked raw. I don't know why I find it so odd, by the way, that Maractus is having like quite a deep cry. For some reason, even though I know that it has always had that cry, like I'm kind of thinking that it should be having like a little bit of higher pitch. To be fair is most of the time if I hear its cry when it's big, yeah, but being big makes a lot of cries certainly sound interesting. Certainly indeed. I don't know why my brain thinks that Maractus should be having higher pitched cry, but it's not bad. By any means, it's just kind of sounds odd. To be fair, my brain still thinks that Maractus is female only, even though I know it's not. It's just makes sense to me. Don't know exactly what it is, but it do be certainly something that makes me think that Maractus should be just female. I'll hydrate and stretch soon when the break hits in indeed. Guess it's soon time for that. Yeah, fair enough. Hope you're having a good day, indeed. Arcrio. Thanks for stopping by, of course. Always appreciated indeed. But yeah, indeed, soonish we're gonna be having a general break indeed, because another hour has passed indeed. If you need to get something to drink, something to eat, take a break in any shape or form indeed. To be suggested indeed, the break is as usual around 3 minutes or so. It do be indeed. I guess one reason why I think that Maractus is female only because I remember seeing at some point like a post somewhere that they said that Maractus should have been a female like Dawnstone evolution to a certain cactus Pokemon. Which is fair enough, I suppose. Would have been strange, but I can see it. It would be strange that they didn't use it that much anyways. Dawnstone, that is. I mean, I've talked about it before that I feel like the evolutionary stones should have been used more in the first place. There we be getting going soon indeed. Run away then. Start getting cameras indeed. But I suppose it makes sense that there isn't too many Pokemons that evolve in with the evolutionary stones if they were the ones that did turn into the Mega Stones, and you know, Mega Evolution is quite limited indeed. But it just kind of feels odd that it's the case. Which kind of reminded me of how odd it is that in order to be getting a regular Slowpoke to be evolving into Slowbro, it is 37. And I just feel like that's stupid high. Like, why is it so high? I mean, to be fair, it's not like Slowpoke is completely useless before it evolves. It just feels odd, especially considering that all the other evolutions are easy to come by. Kind of. At least I feel like you could be getting them earlier. In most games, at least. But yeah. It's interesting. For sure. Be very interesting indeed. Yeah. To be fair, there has been a bunch of situations when it comes down to Pokemon that are only 2-stage. That the evolution level is too bit high. Sometimes it makes sense because at the moment that you get them in the game, they are quite close to the evolution level, even though we get into the argument that I hate that you get the Pokemon's pre-evolution and basically immediately you can be evolving it. I don't necessarily like that. I mean, sure, as I said, you can be preventing it from evolving, but it gets kind of boring after a while, doesn't it? But yeah, it do be strange indeed. I mean, I get it that there is Pokemon that evolve in the higher levels, but sometimes it's questionable indeed. Yeah, because I feel like most of like two-stage Pokemons, especially if the evolution isn't too OP, I feel like most of the two-stage Pokemon should be evolving at the latest like level 30-ish. I'll give it a 33, like up until that point I'm fine with it, but if it's too much more than that, I just like... If it's OP, I understand it, but most of them two-stage Pokemon lines aren't. But it's even more frustrating when the first evolution is just completely useless. And stuff along those lines, but yeah. It's interesting. It's definitely interesting indeed. But you know, one thing that is quite nice when it comes down to if you want to be getting in some of the older generations, Pokemon leveled up faster, learning a certain move that their evolution can be either getting or it's stupid late, is that you'll be getting bonus EXP because it's capable of evolving, but you're deciding not to. That's so nice. It can be frustrating sometimes for sure, but it's mostly nice if you ask me. Unfortunately, it isn't like that big of a thing anymore, but it's still there. It's just not as big, I suppose. I mean, Scarlet and Violet anyways are in my opinion, quite complicated how to be getting levels in there, especially if you're using the Let's Go method. It's so strange. I don't fully understand it, do I need to know, but I kinda would be liking to be knowing what's going on. Kinda would like to be knowing what's going on sometimes. It's understandable, but quite nice in my opinion, though, that if you don't want to be getting, like, you know, training out of Pokemons, you can be using Let's Go method. You'll be getting reduced EXP, but if you first want to be getting the Pokemon like high level and then, you know, destroy things, then, you know, it is very nice indeed. You do be indeed. I don't know if it's too useful, but you know, it's a thing. I mean, surely I can understand how it can be frustrating that you can be doing that, but I feel like if you are willing to be training your Pokemon, you don't mind it as much. I mean, it's not like it wasn't the case before, you know, so I don't mind it indeed. There we go. Going then. Oh yeah, interesting indeed. Probably should try to be going on top of this patch of grass, so in the case that there is Dugtrio, I don't need to be... Try to be avoiding them that much. And it usually helps to be going in areas that it's easier to be escaping from if you need to be escaping from. Dugtrios indeed. I was literally turning backwards, but sure. Happens. Happens indeed. Unfortunately, it's not the immediate the response. You know, you slide a little bit forwards. Indeed. Of course. I was thinking that the counter would be gone, but unfortunately it was still there. Or maybe I can be avoiding a dog trio still though. That's kind of my plan there. I want to be at least encounter a dog trio because indeed Silly Gropor, it's not that bad. I wouldn't mind to be getting it in here. It's kind of one of the only places indeed to be getting it in this game anyways. Which I still think that in every Pokemon game, the new Pokemons that are introduced in the game, they should be relatively common in that region. Like, I get it that there is like special situations, but they should be. I've said it plenty of times that I feel like that the wild areas in Sword and Shield weren't done the best. They weren't done the best indeed. I'm still so salty that so many of the Galara Pokemons, Galarian forms Galara Pokemons, they were so hard to be finding. I understand that, like, you know, Pokemons are not always from, like, the region that they are first introduced in, but still I feel like they should be relatively common there. Because it's a situation in the Alola that both Alola and Rattata and young news are relatively common there, even though, you know, one of them was brought there to be getting rid of the other one a little bit. Yes, there you can see that, you know, not originally from there, but they are still like relatively common there, which is quite nice. I feel like it's so cool that there is that lore behind them, and then, you know, one is day, one is night. I feel like that's such a cool thing. Again, very minor detail, but it would be kind of cool. Still feeling like Redditor should be in more games than it is. Because there still isn't too many games that you can at least easily be using Alolan Rattata or Raticate. There's literally 3 that they are in. Technically, if you are counting the Alola games separately, then 4. Then in all but one of them, it's easy to come by. The only one that is kind of hard to come by is in Pokemon Go. It's such a shame, indeed. Would be nice if they would be available a little bit better, indeed. Also, the rain should be going soon in the Alola. About 15 minutes or so. Because it's gonna be fully nighttime then, and that gets rid of the weather indeed. Thanks for being so out of the grass. You gotta love those Pokemons that are just so out of the grass that you're just questioning everything. You gotta love those indeed. I feel like only Kanto games are games that actually Rattata is available early on, apart from like Alola, but it's kind of questionable with the day and night cycle. Technically they're available early on as well. Yeah, because let me think. In Kanto it is indeed like first route basically, and also like few routes afterwards. On Johto it's kind of questionable because it is relatively early on, but mostly thanks to the fact that it takes quite some time to be getting into the first gym. technically you can be getting it there, but there is other normal types that you'll be getting before that. Then in O and I don't even know if it's there. So I don't really remember anything, same with Shino. Like, it might be, but it's like too late on that it would be mattering, you know? Like, surely a Pokemon could be available, but if it's too late, then, you know, it's not really the best. Especially if it's something like Reddit that, you know, it is supposed to be, you know, an early game encounter. It's not like Raticate is completely useless, but at the same time, it can be annoying to try to be getting to be using a Raticate when, you know, rest of your team is like level 30, 40. What are you? Gen 5, I highly doubt that at least in the first games, because first games were kind of in the case that they only did have new Pokemons there or something. Gen 6, I don't remember at all. To be fair, I still haven't played through Kalos games indeed. Then in Alola, indeed, it's available early-ish on... You could say that indeed. But as I said, it's the day and night thing indeed there. There is PDSB Grand Underground, because then we kind of skipped through that, because, you know, Kanto be working like Kanto before for Let's Go, Pikachu and Eevee. In PDSB it is definitely available, but I still don't really know how many people are gonna be going to the Grand Underground and explore it. Because I just don't know how many people are interested in doing that. I was pretty interested in there. Even though some of the Pokemons that you can be catching there are a little bit questionable, to say the least. Like, why for some Pokemon there is the fully evolved form and not the base form? You know, that doesn't make the most amount of sense, but... Anyway... Oh, jeez. I suppose you could be kind of making the argument that some of the Pokemons there are a little bit special, because otherwise they are annoying to be finding, like with Pokeradar or Great Marsh. Post-game area, you know, those things. But still... Still, I feel like, you know... They could have been doing something a little bit better with it. Oh yeah, one of the things that I was meant to be talking about before that, now that I remember it, is that... I haven't myself yet found a... good place to be looking like where things are like in the wild area. Grand Underground and like Scarlet and Violet in general. Because like surely there is like websites that do be listing every single location. And yeah, they do be giving you enough information, but they're still kind of eh. Especially when it comes down to Scarlet and Violet. I mean, it's hard to be putting one for them anyways. To be completely fair. It do be quite a bit hard indeed. But still... I'm kind of in the still feeling that, like, especially like for wild areas, I feel like an interactive map that you could be selecting like the area that you would like to be hunting things in would be nicer, and then it would be giving you the list instead of trying to be remembering where each of the areas are. You know. Light race soon. How are you doing, cat? Hope you're having a good day. There we go, have hydrated then indeed. I'm doing quite fine, thanks for asking. Hopefully your headache is gonna be going away soon. Have you taken something to ease it out? Fair enough. It's not too warm in here. It is cold in quotes. But it is gonna be getting warmer indeed. For a moment, then it's probably gonna be going down and staying like that for the rest of the year indeed. But shouldn't be too bad, it's only for like few days indeed. At least what is said now. Don't know really how, you know, weather decides to be acting. I don't really know that at all. Also, that is one of the last two fighters that we're gonna be seeing today. Because it soon hits nighttime. We switch to Surskits indeed. That's interesting. I don't think that I have ever been living in a room myself where my room would be as cold as the basement. Yeah. To be fair, who isn't? Who isn't sweating a bunch when it's indeed summertime indeed. Oh. I might be able to escape the XU. With potential, at least. We're gonna be seen soon as you're scared. It's that time of the day, indeed. Okay, night time. There we go. Nice. Have you cat been doing any interesting hunts? Or are you still stuck to the same molds? Oh, come on. I still hate that ledge. It's so hard to be annoying when you're done with it. Nice. Have you got any shinies over the weekend? Oh, Rodom is asking me to be saving. No. I don't need to be saving. Gonna be resetting anyways if I don't find anything. Now they're done. It is a dog trio. There indeed. Are you doing Tapu Fini? Oh. I think it's my favorite of the Tapus. And you're decently far in. I'm expecting that the Lillicant was from Dynamax Adventures. Or was it somewhere else? Unfortunately, you're hitting almost odds to Celesteela then. Yeah. But good luck with those. Do you have any other legendary slash mythicals that you need to be hunting in PDSP? Then Shaman? I don't remember what we wanted to be doing there. Yeah, fair enough. I also only be counting once if it's successful. But yeah, it happens unfortunately sometimes with DAs. Some days you're lucky and get a legendary and another shiny, and some days not as much. Yeah. So you're basically hunting every single one of them that is exclusive to Switch plus Gus. Which is fair enough, it's kind of a pain to be getting in Sword and Shield. I mean, I will be hunting all the Regis in Sword and Shield myself, but it's understandable. Yeah. Jeez. But maybe once you find one of them, you'll be finding all of them in the next 3 days. Could be, could be. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't really matter in Switch. Regis are never affected by charm. So it doesn't really matter, but yeah. It's fair enough, I understand. As I said it before, Regis are one of the only legendaries that you can be hunting on Switch that are always stuck to full odds. Because most other things you can be either finding in Dynamax adventures or they are in a place that is affected by the charm. But whatever way you want, indeed, of course. I mean, I suppose you could be hunting if you don't have them yet. Could be hunting Gigas in Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. Always an option, but PDSP might be a little bit easier. And kind of a cool way as well, in its own way. No, you don't get too many of level 1 legendaries. The Swords of Justice, yeah, they are affected by charm. Apart from, of course, Keldeo, who is logged. Regis are one of the few things in Sword and Shield that they don't care do you have the charm or not. Yeah, and you can be doing pretty quick camp resets for them as well. You don't need to be like doing soft resets or leave the area, come back situation. Which is quite nice. And it's one of the only legendaries that you could technically be saving in front and guarantee that you can be capturing it as well. Sword of Justice and Sword and Shield. It's just is of course gonna be taking a longer time to be getting encounters for, but it would be a guaranteed way to be getting them. But yeah. Virizion is still probably out of those three my favorite. I don't really have too like much attachment to any of them, but I feel like Virizion is my favorite out of the three. Also, I feel like it's kind of odd that it was for a quite long time that Mythicals did have like alternate forms. And then they kind of all of a sudden stop them. Because it was like, for like a long time, there was like quite a good amount of the Mythicals did have like 2 forms. But then all of a sudden they just decided that not anymore. It's not like I care too much about them, but it's an interesting choice, to say the least, to be making. It do be indeed. But yeah, I will say though, even though of course it's unfortunate that things are shiny logged, it's just so strange to me that why don't people like make sure before they start hunting like legendaries that are they shiny logged, and then they like are like doing it for 2 weeks and they are questioning why they don't find anything. Because like there's so many good lists. Like just check them, it's not that bad. It's harder to be finding a list that contains random like Pokemons that are shiny logged. Like, for example, in this game, the Corvus Squire that is looking at the power plant that, for example, is shiny logged. They are far harder to be finding, but it's just like legendaries, I think, like should always be checked. Even though I will say that I personally I'm kind of expecting that most of the legendaries are shiny logged. Because they have been doing it for quite some time, especially with the new ones. Is it unfortunate? Yeah, but they're gonna be mystery gifts at some point then. Or in Pokemon Go. Still will be saying that if anyone is interested soon-ish, like this month, I don't remember the exact days, but you can be getting a shiny Sashian possibility, of course, in Pokemon Go. Still not too happy about it myself, but it's there, at least, I suppose. It is unfortunately, as usual, Pokemon Go, it's limited time, so you unfortunately have only so much time to be hunting for one. And if you're like me and don't like to be spending money to be getting a shiny, then... It's a thing for me, I've talked about it before, that I just don't like to be spending money on games that I feel like are unnecessary, and that is one of them. I would be fine if it would be like I could guarantee myself, you know, getting it, then I would be more fine with it. But since there is a chance involved, then no, not my thing. And do I need them? Not really. And I would like to be hunting them in main series games anyways. If they are ever gonna be releasing them without the lock. I would like to say at some point they're gonna be doing it, but might be taking a while. Might be taking a while indeed. But yeah, anyways, indeed. Yet another hour has passed indeed, so it means that soonish there is gonna be a break indeed. And as usual, I'll be stopping the hunt while the break is going on indeed, so in case I do be finding a shiny, you're not gonna be missing out on it. And you know, it is indeed still good to be taking, even though it is a small break. A break nonetheless, every once in a while. I'll probably be leaving Ultra Sun there with that Poliwag. I'll be doing another one on Sword though. If it is possible. But basically something needs to be spawning in immediately. Yeah, I'm gonna be resetting them. Leaving myself at this bridge. There we go. run away in there and... Where do we finding an encounter in here then? Here we go. Yeah, not too bad at all. Not too bad at all indeed. I've been getting quite a good amount of encounters today. Indeed. Quite happy with them indeed. Good amount of progress indeed. Almost 600 on the mask hunt indeed, and in Brooklet Hill a little bit over. A little bit over 300. Indeed. So not too bad. Quite a nice amount of progress indeed, and indeed by this we are most likely gonna be hitting indeed 1800 then in Sword today. And whatever is kind of the closest one in... whatever is the closest one in Ultra Sun then indeed. Don't know what it is, but you know, progress is progress still indeed. Hello, Axio. How are you doing indeed? I said 600 checks indeed for the mask today. Nice. But yeah, maybe an hour or two going on today more indeed. Gonna be indeed as usual be pushing myself, but probably at least an hour more today. Most likely closer to 2, but we'll see. if I will be getting in both games a phase, then I might not be, starting new ones indeed. I mean, it is especially the case for the thing called Ultrasun, because as I said, I don't have any hunts in there in mind that I want to be doing, so as soon as I get something there, then I'll be done there, but we are kind of reaching a time that even if I would be getting something in Sword, I might not be doing something else. We'll see, we'll see. Depends on how late it is, because I usually like to be getting at least 100 checks done for a new phase. If I will be starting a new one indeed. Yeah, there is a Shallows hunt I want to be doing indeed in PDSP. Specifically the red one, because it's a little bit harder to be getting on Switch. Because it is the one that is technically available less. Because, you know, in Sword and Shield it's only the blue one. You can be transferring the other one, but you can be finding it in the wild. Pink one indeed. Or red one, whichever one you want to be calling it. Want to be doing that indeed, but we'll see. I don't know if I will be doing it on stream or not, but I kind of want to be doing at some point hunting like Dawn's team situation. Just because why not? It has been in my mind for years. Just, you know, haven't been getting around to be doing it indeed. But you know, it's good to be having those hunts in mind. Even though technically I already have in PDSP fuel. No, only one of them indeed. And it's Piplup. I mean, it's not Piplup anymore, but I did get it. But once I will be hunting the team again, I will be hunting it again as well. And we'll see. As I said, I might be doing it on stream, I might be doing it off stream. Easy as that. Because one of the teams, I don't know why, but I kind of like the team that I don't had indeed. Because I have anyways a playthrough in mind that I want to be doing as Dawn anyway in there that I'm doing on my own. I haven't gotten around to be doing it. I will need to be bothered to be getting certain Pokemons there indeed, but one day. One day. It just says few team members that are kind of a pain to be getting. Some that I unfortunately can't be getting in the way that they are given in the anime, but happens. Happens indeed. Mainly Toge kills, I can't be getting it straight away in PDSB, and I'd rather be getting them on the file, indeed. But close enough. I suppose I can be evolving it quite soon if I really want to, so it's not that bad. It's not quite level 1, I think, unfortunately, but it's like level 2, technically. It would be level 1 possibility if it wouldn't be requiring friendship, indeed. I mean, could I be switching it into another game and get it that way? Yeah, but can I be bothered with it? Most likely not. Because, you know, there's indeed so many things for me that are too much of a hassle to be doing. So, yeah. We'll see. Okay. Do you enjoy eating the rest of your food? She did. What a surprise. I think again I did like release the running thing too early in Ultra Sun, but it worked out. Time to reset these then, since there wasn't anything that I wanted in there indeed. Ooh, I do see Julia masks. That's pretty nice. There might be even a third one. Always gotta love it indeed. Just gotta love it indeed. It's miraculous, but like I said, I would be absolutely loving a shiny Maractus. It's just such a funny Pokemon. It's so nice, shiny. I honestly wonder because Barracuda kind of reminds me like how many Pokemons there would actually be that I would like to be using one day. Like kind of in a way that how many playthroughs I would need to be making in order to be using every Pokemon that I would like to be using. Because in most games, especially if it's the first playthrough, I would like to be using a starter. Specifically the starter that you get in the beginning of the game. Because there's situations like X and Y there. You can be getting 2 of them quite quickly, but I don't know. Because, you know, it's kind of a goal in my mind that I would like to be using every single starter at least in one version of their like games one day. Is it a remake? Is it the original? Is it a different question altogether? But I would like to be using like every single starter indeed. Because I just feel like it's not really the right thing to do, but I mean, I would like to be like trying every single starter. I know some are more pain than others, but I don't care. I can be making it work. Can always be making things work indeed. But yeah. To be interesting. Yes, there is definitely plenty. I mean, of course it would be absolutely lovely to be able to use every single Pokemon ever at some point. Because, as I like to say, I don't like to be judging a Pokemon before I have at least tried to be using it. There's just some Pokemon that are harder indeed, because I like to be selecting my team for fairly early on, or like I will be specifically like designing my team in a certain way. That's why for me it's hard to be using late game Pokemons, because I don't like to be changing my team that much after I have decided to be going with a certain team. Like, even if the Pokemon is absolutely awful, I still try to be making it work. Maybe some I'll, you know, use for a little while in order for, like, before I get the Pokemon that I really want to be using, you know. Oh yeah. It do be what it do be indeed. Unfortunately, there is a little too many Pokemons to easily be using every single one of them on your team, and especially considering that some of them are like annoying trait evolutions that are definitely hard to be coming by indeed. Especially if it's an old game and you don't have 2 copies of it. And unfortunately it's a situation that in older games you can't really be switching them up to another game, that it would be easier to be evolving and then switching them back. It's a luxury indeed that we have now, that I absolutely love. Because said it plenty of times, every single time, that if I really need to be evolving a shiny, I'm gonna be moving it to Legends Arceus. Evolve it there, because it's so much easier, so much nicer. I mean, it's not like in Switch games I would be struggling to be evolving trade evolutions or anything. I'm not going to be struggling with them. It's not an issue by any means, but still, you know. Sometimes you would just like to be not doing the trade animation. As I like to say, everything that I can, I will be capturing from the wild, because I can be bothering with evolutions, even though they would be just one rare candy away. It could be one of the reasons for that is that, first of all, it's cooler to be seeing them in the wild, and the second thing is that if I need them at some point... That's always my problem in games. I don't really like to be using, like, in quotes, rare items, because what if one day I need it for something? And it's kind of a pain to be getting item at that. Do be what it do be indeed. Rodom, stop saying that I need to be saving the game. I'm not gonna be saving the game still. Only reason why I would be saving a game is if I find a shiny and I capture it. Capture it? I catch it indeed and capture it. Oh, brain moment, try to be making that to be a one word indeed. But yeah, I did see an interesting dream last night that I don't remember what shiny I did get like before that, but pretty much the next encounter was a shiny Baniri with star sparkles in the wild specifically. That would be so sick. But it's so unlikely. Well, maybe. Maybe, you never know. Always the hope in mind indeed. Or like anyways be finding the rare sparkles of whatever method I'm doing, if there is even a chance to be getting both of them. Breeding is probably the only one that I don't really care too much, and I feel like I'm most likely not gonna be getting at least too many of them because I don't do breeding that much. I don't like eggs. But maybe. It's always a possibility. Chance is pretty low, but it is there nonetheless. It do be indeed. Hello. One day one of these guys is gonna be having a blue nose when I accidentally be running into them, right? One day it's gonna be the case. For sure. Oh, there is a mask. Oh, come on. Oh no, Chew. Axios. There we go. Nice indeed. They're most likely gonna be slowly but surely be making their way there in here. Since they did go into a journey. I don't think that they are gonna be like disappearing at all. They should be having like a relatively straight path to here, so they should be fine in that indeed. Ooh, another boosted Maractus. To be fair, it kind of makes sense because I'm pretty sure that Pokédex keeps up with Dynamax Adventures, and I feel like I have knocked down a few of them. Like maybe one. Maybe I would have been knocking down a one indeed. Even though it's not the most common thing in there indeed. Let's run away. Ooh, nice. Both of them at the same time, indeed. Both of them, unfortunately, a no-go as well. Still will say, though, that I should be getting something first in... I should be getting something first in the... in the funny game of funness called Ultra Sun Bottom. Because it's technically the one that has been longer without a shiny bottom. Of course, you know, it doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean anything indeed, but we'll see. We'll see. Be nice to be getting that done indeed. A little bit lower down my average in Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. Even though I don't remember it quite well, but it is quite a bit over odds. I would like to say indeed. Even though the first one was fairly lucky indeed. I wasn't like incredible lucky, but you know. And I'm specifically talking about random encounters, not like methods, like SOS and stuff. Because I haven't done too many SOS things indeed. And also, if I will be comparing, I usually do be comparing the same odds in the same games in GOATs. Like Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon are the same game because they kind of are. But you know, I only like Sword and Shield in separate, even though still my full odds file is Sword and the charm files are on Shield. I guess that is how it has been going indeed. I don't know why, but for a second I thought that Surskit looked a little odd. It's not bottom, for a second I thought. It's not like it is the first time, not by a long shot, and it's definitely the last time either. That's why it's good to be waiting indeed. I usually like to be waiting myself until like when I'm soft resetting and such, I like to be waiting until I can be hearing the sparkles, because soft resetting wise, or see them I suppose. On like reset hunts, I usually like to be keeping sounds on if possible indeed. It helps out a little bit indeed. Don't need to be paying so close attention all the time to the things indeed. Hey, this is a random one. I thought it might be. There we go. It's like I would be hearing somewhere or spawning in a mask. It's like I would be hearing that somewhere, that happened indeed. Is it somewhere that I can access? Is a different story, of course. It's too high up on the cliff. I unfortunately can't be accessing it because it's unfortunately how this place goes indeed. I feel like this kind of like this where this route is like done. I feel like that would be like a nice chim puzzle. We have had like my camera decided to be cutting up. I'll fix it. Fix itself. Okay. Don't know what happened, but sure it's working now. But yeah. Anyways. It'll be working now indeed. Yeah. Like I feel like going up and down like would be working like a nice chim puzzle. I know that we have gotten similar-ish ones before. Not quite the same, but similar, you know. I feel like it could be kind of interesting. Would be one of those things that you would need to be finding the right way, or you're battling trainers. Oh yeah. I kind of would like to be getting more of the gym puzzles, like in Sword and Shield and in Scarlet and Violet. Like, you would be having, you know, trainers that you could be defeating, but you are not, like, forced to defeat them. Like, you'll be having the choice, like, do you want to be defeating this trainer or not? And, you know, if you don't, you don't. If you do, then, you know, you'll be destroying it. Because I didn't really like it that in Scarlet and Violet there was the electric gym that you needed to be battling. For example. I mean, has it been usually the case that in like older Pokemon games, like you need to be battling at least a set amount of trainers? There can be some that can be skipped. Yeah, but I don't know. I just feel like we should be having the choice. I mean, it is the case in Sword and Shield that there is some gyms that you have to be defeating certain trainers, but I don't find it as bad as in Scarlet and Violet because it feels like so random what gyms are like that. Because some gyms in Scarlet and Violet you can definitely be skipping altogether, basically, if you just know the answer. Or how do we, like, defeating them indeed. Whatever is the, in quotes, puzzle in question. And I feel like it would be kind of nice if in every gym going forward it would be the choice that you would be making that either you would be fighting an X amount of trainers or you could be doing a puzzle. And that would be kind of cool. Every single time you would be choosing which one you want to be doing, like do you want to be skipping this section, battle this trainer, or do you want to be, you know, doing the puzzle instead. Because then, like, if you don't really care about doing the puzzle, you can be battling the trainers, or you want levels from them, you can. But if you just want to be going through the place, then, you know, the choice is yours to be doing so as well. But maybe. It is kind of the situation with, like, you know, Fire Gym in Kanto. That, you know, you can be doing without battling any trainers, but it also can be a situation that you can be battling every single one of them. I will say though that the first time that I did play through Kanjo, indeed, I didn't even know that you could be interacting with the PCs there, or whatever things they are. I just fought through the trainers as one do be indeed. But yeah, it's pretty cool. It's like a fun way, in my opinion, to be testing your knowledge about the game. And be getting kind of rewarded for it, even though it doesn't necessarily feel like it, but and be doing it anyways. I will say that much, that it's definitely more interesting to be having a gym puzzle like that than what it is in what is it in the Chodo games? I'm playing this gym in the Chodo games. It is like cool looking and it's interesting, but I just find it so disappointing. A cool ring. You need to be fighting a set amount of trainers in order to be getting through and such. No. Alright. It makes sense though as well, like all things considered, but yeah. Would be more interesting as well, I suppose. Would be indeed. I was kind of thinking that maybe I would like to be hitting 3,400 in Ultra Sun, but I think I will be... no, I don't know. We'll see. It would be nice goal to be hitting, but it might be a little too much to be doing. But we'll see. If the encounter rate seems to be going as high as it has been for a little while, then you know, definitely, but if not, then 3,350 isn't too bad either, or 75. pretty good progress indeed. Doopy. But yeah, anyways, indeed, once again, soon another hour has passed indeed, so we'll be heading into yet another break indeed. Still, if you need to take breaks indeed, they are very good. Get something to drink, get something to eat, or just go for a little bit of a walk indeed. Breaks, they do be important indeed, but sometimes they are forgotten, but you know, happens, but it's good to be remembering to be chilling as well, and you know, take break from hunts as well if you feel like that's necessary indeed. It do be what it do be indeed. Yeah, don't burn yourself from shiny hunting indeed. Wouldn't recommend it indeed. And to be doing your hunts the way that you want to be doing them indeed. As well. If you want to be doing it with good odds, then do them good odds. If you want to be doing them the worst odds possible, in quotes, then do them indeed. Do them indeed. There. To reset those then, since there is nothing going on over there. Indeed. Immediately another mask is in here. Nice. Very nice indeed. Yeah, good to know that I don't need to be going there anymore. Seems there is indeed a doctor over there, so I'll be only checking these two spots, and then when these don't have anything, I can move on indeed. Very nice. But yeah, I'm gonna be doing maybe 3 more encounters in Ultra Sun, and I could be doing maybe 10-ish on Sword indeed. Before the break starts indeed. It's a little too much maybe on Sword, but it would be quite cool, you know? It would be quite cool indeed. Possibility nonetheless. It seems to be going quite nicely so far, but we'll see, we'll see. We'll see indeed. At least I'm liking always to be seeing a bunch of my target, even though it is indeed very likely to be there. I'm gonna try to squishing another one on Ultra Sun, but gonna be cutting it close, that's for sure. Seems like I'd be doing not as many on Sword as I would have been hoping for. Sads indeed. Be leaving Sword there then. And Ultra Sun as well. Nope. Yep. Be having a short break indeed. Continue after that. Go. Getting going soon then indeed. Let's get going then, indeed. Still staying in here, I see. Do not be moving. But I'll see what time it is, of course, as usual. Once we do be hitting 1800, if I feel like I want to be doing more, then, you know, I'll be doing more. Indeed. Easy as that. I was kind of thinking that it is seeming to be quite soon hit, because it seems like today is quite quick with encounters. At least it feels like it, which is always nice. So we'll see. We'll see. Oh, it is Axu. It is indeed Axu. But yeah, indeed. Tomorrow, if of course nothing changes, then we'll be continuing indeed Alpha Gudra. So yeah, that's indeed a thing we did last time on it, be hitting 3k, so quite close, being 1000 overodds, but good amount of faces at least, if nothing else. Good amount of faces indeed. So kind of makes up for it, but would like to always be finding it a little bit sooner, but you know, I don't mind it. Long hunts are a thing for time to time indeed, but they are worth it nonetheless at the end, I feel like. Like it indeed. Hello. I would kind of like to be getting out of here because I don't like the amount of dark trios that is nearby. But soon I would like to say I will be getting out of here. Masks, you are always welcome. Still do be loving that cry. Don't know what it is about it, but it's just... Even though I know, especially the original one, it's not the happiest Pokemon ever. And the cry kind of gives me the feeling that it is. The cry kind of do be giving the vibe to me that it's happy. I probably should be making a list of interesting SOS hunts that I want to be doing. Because I could be doing some of them on stream, but it's one of those things that you unfortunately kind of need to be leaving your system on while doing it, so I might be like restarting the thing if it's not that rare. If it's rare, then I might be just keeping it, but I don't really mind restarting chains though. It's not that big of a deal to me at all. But yeah, I guess indeed. I don't know if I will be going for every single like rare SOS call hunt indeed, but I feel like I might be going for a few indeed. I'd be going for a few indeed. Some that I have talked about before and some that I have not, because some of them I have not even been figuring out that I want to be doing. Indeed. We'll see, we'll see. And it really depends, because I don't know, SOS calling might be one of those things that if I'm looking for specific targets, I might be just KOing the face. Because why not? Because most likely, you know, it's a prevo. If I want to, I can easily be getting it again. And the other thing is that I don't really want to be filling up my PC boxes as well. Considering the fact that the hunt might be done after, you know, there is no connection, so, you know, I don't know what I do with them. If the, you know, the servers would be still alive, then I could have been maybe doing a, like, surprise threading them away, but since they are no longer available, then no indeed. It's not like I'm too interested in storing too many of them in, like, Bang and stuff anyways. I wouldn't mind to be giving them away, but some of the ones that I'm thinking of going for, they are so rare, so I don't know how willing am I to be restarting the chain. Some of them I'm more fine with than others. Maybe if I can be seeing them that they have their hidden abilities, then maybe. Then it's a maybe, but apart from that, I don't really care. I guess, as I like to say, I can always be rehunting them indeed. And I don't really consider them shiny fails, because if I'm doing it intentionally, then it's not really a fail, but in the case that I would be playing through like a game and there is a Geodude that decides to be going boom, then that is a fail for me. But it do be what it do be. And you know, as I said, I can always be re-hunting them indeed. If I really want them. So there is that indeed. Isn't that always a good call to be getting for like Safari Week indeed? Getting a good list. There's only very few that I would really like to reclaim or that I have failed in. Failed in the Safari Zone, to be fair. There's still one specific one that at some point I will be specifically be going for. That I've talked about before, and it's the 1% male Azurel in PDSP Great Marsh. At least. Because I don't know if I want to be going in for full odds. No, one in 8k instead of one in 4k. It wouldn't be too bad of an idea, but see. If I want to, I can. If I don't, then, you know, I don't. Easy as that indeed. Easy as that indeed. Nothing there. This is good indeed. I kind of want to be... if it doesn't take like half, like, I don't know, half an hour indeed to be reaching the number I want to reach, then I might be try to be going to 1850. Might be indeed. Because I feel like I will be going over 3,350. I'll be, as I said, be going to 3,400 in Brooklet Hill indeed. It happens if it happens indeed. I'm kind of feeling like, you know, going for a little bit more. So we'll do indeed. But, you know, the good thing is that I'm fine with stopping at any of the numbers that are 25. 25, 50, 75, 100s, you know? Or hundreds indeed. It's the way I prefer indeed. I don't like to be leaving my hands on kind of random numbers. Those I don't mind indeed. But yeah, this point is one of those points indeed that if I will be getting shiny in even in Sword, I'll not be starting another one. I'll just do however many one I want to be doing in Ultra Sun in this case. Which might be less, because I might be too interested in doing a bunch of them if it's the only one that I'm doing. But it could be a different story and I enjoy doing them. Alone indeed, but we'll see if we do be hitting that mark at some point indeed. We'll see indeed. Hello, booster your mask. Let's try to be getting rid of the thing there again. It's still such an interesting animation. Like, it doesn't need to be there. Why? It begs the question, how did it end up in this situation? How did it indeed? It wants to be getting rid of it that badly. Maybe one day we'll see. I talked about the bunch that I would be wishing that there would be like a little story for every Pokemon. Like about the lore and stuff. need to be long, but I would be wishing that for every Pokemon we could be getting one like that indeed. It would be like so nice. Making, you know, you most likely be understanding the Pokemon a little bit better and such. I could be doing that indeed. Yeah. I think I should be able to be done in like half an hour or so still. I think it is indeed a possibility. I mean, as usual, I don't really like to be going when I'm having a camera hunt or going on. I don't like to be going too much over 6 hours. Because unfortunately, the camera will be need to be reset at like 6.5 hour mark. Depending on how long it has been on, of course. Where I start, because I always be having a little before I start, I always be having things on indeed to be seeing if they're working. Most of the time the answer is yes, but you can't be too sure. Especially because there was, I mean, I guess it's not really a case anymore because I know where to be putting it now, but there was a situation with my other capture card for like, I mean, I use it for Switch myself, but that it did have issues that it was in the wrong port, so it did like cut out quite often, so the issue is solved there, so it shouldn't be doing it, but it doesn't hurt. And you know, can be sure that, you know, internet connection is stable enough. So, you know, can be doing like Dynamax adventures. I guess usually for me it has been like in the 5-10 minute mark, it's gonna be crashing if it crashes due to poor connection. Of course, you never know, like sometimes there can be just randomly for a little while internet decides to be disconnecting, but you know, those happen quite often indeed. So, you know, if it happens, it happens. There's only one way to be in quotes fixing it, and it's try to be doing it again. It is unfortunate that, you know, you might be getting like penalties in the case that your game crashes and you're in the middle of a Dynamax adventure. But I get it that, you know, people don't be resetting and leaving and stuff along those lines. I understand it for that reason, but it's kind of annoying. When, you know, you can't be like controlling why it happens. But you know, what can one do? But could be worse. Could be worse. I've been like not myself really experienced, but I've been like I know that there is experiences in some games with their absolute terrible, like, if your connection just decides to be going down, that how much in trouble you are for it. It's insane sometimes. Sometimes you can be playing like online matches for like a week just because your internet decides that it's going down. And like most of the situations you can't even be like saying that, hey, I can't be doing anything to it. Could you please remove it? What are you? It happens. Happens indeed. Yeah, I still do be hoping the best of luck to anyone else that do be hunting indeed. Hopefully you can be finding whatever you're looking for or get something indeed. Hopefully luck can be on your side indeed. I hope I can be hitting 75. Because I think 75 is more possible than hitting 400 in the... in Ultra Sun. I hope I can be hitting it about at the same time as I hit the 1850 on your mask. And indeed. Seems like it is nicely possible. Ooh, your mask. Hello there, little buddy. I mean, I still have a 35 checks that I'm gonna be doing for Yamask, but honestly the Yamask checks, they can be going sometimes super duper quickly. Especially if I would be finding like situations where I could be running between two. And they're always faster, and I try to be doing it, sometimes I forget, and I usually like to be doing only ones that are like right next to each other instead. Not like if there is a Pokemon in between that I don't want to be encountering. But we'll see. We'll see. It's again the situation, if I will be getting close enough, I'm gonna be taking the... I'll be taking the rubber band off more or less. More of the weight that is holding down the B button. So can be indeed try to be hitting the same amount what I want to be ending on specifically about the same time. And even though it's gonna be taking still a while to be getting there, of course, as usual, I'm gonna be going ahead and leaving the last encounter, if I can, to be the last... No, the target. The last encounter to be the last, yes. The last encounter to be the target, indeed. So in the case of Yamask, I can be encountering Yamask, so I'm gonna try to be having that as my final one. And around when I have like 3 or so left, I usually start to be looking for one if I don't already have one. But as I said, Yamask is nice and common, so it shouldn't be an issue, even though for some reason today on the like first check of this I didn't get a single Yamask. But it's not gonna be happening twice, right? Like that. It's most definitely not. I think once I hit this 70 on the Brooklet Hill, then I'll be taking the rubber band off, indeed. No longer pressing B. Oh, 3 straight away. Nice. You love to see that. Here we go. That's nice and lucky. And there's probably somewhere even more of these, indeed. Probably indeed. Gonna take the rubber band off, indeed. Hoping that that slows enough the encounters. If it doesn't, then, you know, then I just don't be doing that many encounters there. I'll be taking it easy there. But technically I should be getting less encounters. At least this is still what I believe myself. Okay, it's about, like at this point it's like about 25 in like 10 minutes. Seems like a good phase. It might be the Axio at some point, like immediately after this. I'm not too sure where the Axio is. That it tried to run into me. I have no idea at all where it is. It was far enough away. It seems like, which is nice. way that I prefer them, indeed. Um... Um... That's... Well, I'm gonna be looking at this surrogate for a little while. Getting an interstellar battle going indeed. This one do be. And the zoom into the middle of the air because the Pokemon is shorter than the game things. I know the most important things.
Jossain.
Gonna do like cloud encounter. Maybe. Oh. Nice. Two of them decided to be that it is far enough away, so they will be respawning. You'll love to see that. It is very rare for me to be getting that, but you know, I'll be taking it indeed. Soon continue also on the other one. I'm gonna be getting closer to 40 mark than I do another one, then doing another one then. Once I have like 3 left. Or at least start when I have like 3 left indeed. We'll see how that goes. Yesterday, last time it was the case that it didn't really go as planned, so hopefully this time would be a little bit nicer. I mean, it's nice that, you know, Ultra Sun is giving me a bunch of encounters, but, you know, it is always the case that whenever you want something, it's not happening. When you want something, it's happening. Huh. When you want something, it's not happening. When you don't want something, it is happening. I can speak. But that's nothing new, right? I know always how to be speaking. I'm so good at speech. Happens indeed. There we go. Who is it? Surskid. Oh no, do we like... It's not gonna be as big of a Surskid streak again, but it seems like we might be ending up like in a Surskid streak indeed. Do we get back to back Surskids indeed? I mean, it's not like a Surskid is rare or anything, but it is always hilarious anyways to be getting back-to-back Pokemons. When it's not like basically guaranteed. Like if you are hunting in an area where there is 90% chance that you'll be getting a Pokemon, then it's quite likely that you will be getting, you know, the situation to be that you're seeing the same Pokemon quite a good amount of times in a row. We're entering a mask streak though. I love that. I love that indeed, but if soon there isn't gonna be any masks, then I'm gonna be going ahead and looking for one. And worst case scenario, I'll be doing the same thing as I did do last time, that the last encounters will be, before the mask, will be random encounters. Because I'd rather not be spending like an eternity to be finding a target. You know? But maybe that's not that big of an issue then, considering that I'm resetting them now. Gonna run away in there. Okay. Hello, silly cobra. We might be staying in here for the rest of the time then, because it's seeming like that. There's 2 Helioptiles in here, so that brings us nice and close indeed. Run away from this one, and then I started the encounters there, even though I did move already a little bit. Now I'm like fully starting them. Yeah, final few encounters incoming indeed for the day, and then we continue in this hunt on Thursday most likely. We'll see, we'll see. How things are gonna be going indeed. You know what, I'm gonna encounter next to you. Pokemon that I don't usually encounter, but I'm fine with it. Psyduck is the last encounter in Ultra Sun. Yamask is indeed normal. Pretty good day. Almost 6 hours once again, so that's pretty nice. 850 encounters in one game and 450 on the other. Yeah. That's pretty good. It's pretty nice indeed. Pretty good encounter amount indeed. Happy with that. But yeah. Thank you so much for watching and sticking around. Have a great rest of the day. Remember to take care of yourselves. Remember to do everything you need to do today. And remember to get enough rest as well. I'll see you guys indeed tomorrow with Alpha Gudra. Be doing that indeed. See how things go indeed. But anyways, until next time, bye!